indication that the 5-year-long war in Tajikistan was put to an end. It is not to Washington, D.C. or to Brussels, with all due respect, where the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan go when the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict starts simmering. They go to Moscow. And also the region, geographically, this macro region from Belarus to Tajikistan is open to foreign influence. Obviously, Russia is realistic about this. We understand that no single country has the monopoly of influence in this region, and other countries have done it, and they've done it quite well. Take, for example, Turkey, which has built up economic cooperation with Azerbaijan, with Central Asian countries. Azerbaijan, since 2010, is the strategic partner of Turkey, and they have done so while retaining quite a good relationship with Russia. The Chinese Silkway Belt strategy, Silk Beltway strategy, which expressly seeks to encourage Chinese investments in the region, also coincides with one of the most dynamic periods of Sino-Russian rapprochement. And in our view, if the EU could have been able to follow in the footsteps of these other countries, other players, by enhancing its cooperation with countries of the region, while at the same time taking care to preserve the mechanisms that work for these countries and the traditional relationships that have been established here, this would have been a very good outcome. I have to be a bit critical here, unfortunately, of the EU. Our impression, this is our view, I know it is not universally shared, is that it was largely the geopolitical ambitions of Western states, sugar-coated with notions of ideological supremacy, which have radically destabilized a number of countries in this region. Countries which economically, politically, socially, were among the weakest links of this region. I'm referring in particular to Ukraine, although not just Ukraine. Ukraine, like many other countries like Russia as well, has a yet unformed sense of national identity. It is linguistically, ethnically diverse. It needs strong economic relations with both Russia and the EU to survive. And nevertheless, our feeling is that in the course of the implementation of the Eastern Partnership project, Ukraine was put before a very blunt choice between Russia and the EU, a choice which it could not have made and which it should not have been forced to make. In our view, the heavy-handed manner with which the EU sought to impose its norms and values in this region and assert its model of cooperation here was adverse. It had an adverse effect on these countries. And by the way, it was in direct contradiction with the original objectives of the European neighborhood policy, and I can just quote them to you, that is to establish an area of prosperity and good neighborliness, and secondly, to achieve alignment to corresponding national or local strategies and measures of partner countries, and where relevant also to those of the Russian Federation. I'm not sure that 2 years down the line after the Ukraine crisis started, we are anywhere near towards meeting those objectives. Now, evidently, there is a kind of a rethink going on inside the European Union. Hence the current review of the European neighborhood policy, which is supposed to be published, the new revision, sometime in November, I think the 18th of November now. And it would be good if the EU could inject a dose of healthy realism, a dose of respect for the countries of the region and the key actors here and their national interests. Likewise, if the European Union does not want to face accusations of hypocrisy, it should, in our view, support ever closer cooperation with the Eurasian Economic Union, which will, over time, increasingly define the economic order of the region east of the EU. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And next up, we have Masha Hedberg, Professor at Johns Hopkins Science Bologna Center and EUI.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here in Bruges, which, despite the rain, is really quite a lovely, lovely city. So thank you very much to the organizers for having me here. In terms of my introductory remarks, and I will take some of the points from what Alexander just said. But whether or not we think that there's this ring of instability on Europe's eastern and southern borders, the basic point is that there's certainly pockets of instability. And that is the reality on the ground. And what's alarming about these pockets is that in some respects, when we think about something like the crisis in Ukraine, it does appear that the EU in many ways can be said to have unknowingly contributed to the eruption of a crisis there. The reality on the ground is also that the United States is overstretched, so that its continued willingness and ability to act as the global policeman or the security guarantor in certain regions is under question. So we can sort of debate the extent of instability or the extent of the chaos, but the basic point is that both in the East and in the South, and I really do mean both in the East and the South, the EU operates today in a much more complex, competitive, and volatile environment. And it's important to ask what these on-the-ground events might tell us about the limitations, the failings, the unintended consequences of particular policies, such as neighborhood policy in the deep and comprehensive free trade area, more broadly NATO enlarging itself. But I think there's a deeper issue that lies deeper than just these policies. It often seems as if within parts, possibly many parts of the EU foreign policy community, that people embraced possibly too deeply the idea that the end of the Cold War fundamentally transformed the international order such that the realist logic no longer applies to the 21st century. But I think the events on the ground suggest that one ignores realpolitik at one's own peril. And even though values, ideals, principles should most certainly inform foreign policy, they should inform it only when combined with a healthy dose of pragmatism and some sober considerations of one's interests, priorities, and capabilities, and that of others. But it often seems that instead of being grounded in this careful weighing of interests, priorities, capabilities, a lot of EU engagement with abroad revolves more around constructs, these concepts, such as neighborhood and strategic partners. And these concepts sometimes act as substitutes for real strategic thought. And today they might even be a barrier to more clear and critical thinking about how to engage, when to engage, and why. I mean, take for instance this idea of neighborhood. The very sort of notion suggests that there is this geographical space in which the EU has a special role to play, and that this fuzzily defined geographical space is of unconditional importance to the EU. Now, geographical proximity is not unimportant, but in and of itself, it is often a poor proxy for the importance of the relationship. In many ways, in many issue areas and domains, such as trade and investment, it's very possible that there are countries far beyond this geographical space that are more important to Europe, as well as there are certain countries within the space that are more critically important to the EU than others. And this neighborhood concept also can have some unintended consequences. It, at times, enables the EU to send rather confusing signals about its real interest and ability to invest and defend the countries defined by this neighborhood. And similar things can be said about this notion of strategic partnership. It's a common term, it's a favorite term. But the odd thing is, it is a term without a clear definition of either of its constituent parts. What is meant by strategic? Who is meant by partner? And the term also seems to obscure the very real possibilities that some countries bearing these designations might actually be potential rivals. It also obscures the possibility for direct competition. And such things can lead to dangerous blind spots. It also obscures the very real fact that some countries continue to see certain issues as zero-sum, not some partnership. And in some respects, these types of blind spots, I think, can go a long way towards explaining the EU's inability to foresee Russia's reaction in Ukraine, for example. Now, again, looking at events on the ground, it often seems as if it might be time to move away from concepts and constructs, such as the ones that we have, and instead focus on developing a more strategic understanding of Europe's role in the world. And obviously, it will never be easy for a bloc of 28 nations with very different material capabilities and geostrategic vulnerabilities to come to a consensus about what its core strategic interests are. But this doesn't obviate the need for a more careful assessment about where the EU's real interests lie, where these interests are likely to clash with those of others, and a rather shrewd view of which international relationships should be prioritized and why. And on this note, I think I will pass it on to the next panelist.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally, we'll have some comments from Ronaldus Frankavicius.
Thank you very much, Professor Chang. Great pleasure to be back to Bruges and to the College of Europe, and to see you all so energetic and attentive on Saturday morning, which is quite a big challenge for, I think, many students. So, congratulations with this excellent conference which you organized. As I seem to be the only one representing the institutions on the panel, let me start with a slightly broader view of EU foreign policy, as it's, I guess, the only of the four panels devoted specifically to the issue, with the concrete, of course, focus on the East. But looking more broadly, of course, one can say that today the EU, of course, is facing perhaps the most difficult transitional or existential point in its history. And I would say it is being challenged or tested, at least from three directions. Of course, by Russia-Ukraine conflict in the East, by the Syrian conflict, Islamic State and the refugee crisis in the South, and I think also very importantly by the growing nationalist, Eurosceptic, but more dangerously racist, homophobic, xenophobic, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic feelings, parties, groupings within the European Union, in all member states, from south to east, from west to north. And that is a very dramatic, I would say, side effect of the European integration and of course, globalized world, where we have those different forces, from systemic to non-systemic, from states to non-systemic groups, in the end, trying to achieve the same goal, and that is to undermine the European project, to stop the European integration, and to attack the key values that the European Union is based on, that Minister Reinders so eloquently put in front of you this morning during his key lecture. In many ways, we see the attack on the principles of European Union's openness and inclusiveness, that is based on open borders, that is based on movement of people, that is based on movement of ideas, that is based on individual liberties and human rights. Very importantly, all of that is being tested both by external and internal challenges and threats. And at the same time, while we are still struggling with the resolution of both Ukraine and say, Greek debt crisis, we have been caught overnight with a splendid and really big refugee crisis which is unfolding in our eyes, and you witnessed and, of course, followed the results of the European Council this Thursday in Brussels. The crisis which indeed is testing Europe internally in terms of solidarity, in terms of unity, in terms of integration and tolerance. The crisis which is testing Europe externally in terms of security of our external borders and the Schengen system. And the crisis which reminded us of the unattended or perhaps not solved global issues or regional problems like Syria and Libya, and where indeed an urgent solution is needed. So in the context of all of those problems which are emerging and multiplying, the crises which are many and exponentially growing, Europe is still about to settle its energy security. It's still challenged itself with the climate change problem and looking forward to the Paris conference in December. And in many ways, Europe is still facing the situation where the European foreign policy is still the 29th of the 28 foreign policies, rather than the combination of the 28, and often has less resources and money available than some of the national foreign policies of the European Union. However, looking at European integration, one could say that the progress made until today is quite enormous and quite substantial in just very little time. Since the Lisbon Treaty, since the External Action Service has been established 5 years ago, since we have a permanent High Representative and Vice President of the European Union for Foreign Affairs, things have moved, even if for us in a slow way, but in terms of history, in very fast way. And if one could still remember that the EU not only remains the biggest single market and that remains the biggest development aid contributor globally, but has today a worldwide network of 139 delegations with close to 6,000 diplomats working around the globe every day representing the interests of the 28 and involving itself in diplomacy. One has to be reminded of the very recent successes, including the Iran nuclear talks, where the EU was playing an important role together with international partners. One has to be reminded of the Pristina and the Belgrade talks, which have really moved the region of the Western Balkans into a much more stable, predictable region with a clear European perspective for all. One has to be reminded of the recent Macedonia crisis, former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia crisis this July, where it was the joint effort of European Commission and European Parliament which helped to stop a very dangerous and already violent crisis to go forward and be resolved. And in many ways, all of those facts show us that it's still a lot of work ahead, but we are moving forward. Now, looking at this Eastern Partnership specifically and Eastern dimension, again the results are of course mixed. We are still in the process of learning the lessons of the events in Ukraine, both the illegal annexation of Crimea and the conflict on Donbass. I would say that in the last year and a half, the EU has matured in a way that it has never done before. Not only in terms of employing the most sophisticated sanctions regime so far employed in its history, which was gradual, which was sensible, which was careful, and which was in the end effective, perhaps not in deterring the threat, but definitely in containing the threat and containing the conflict. The EU has been waking up to the fact that its world of norms and rules and contractual relationships cannot be endured without a clear defense, especially in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of information security, in terms of energy security, and the building up of the energy union, which was only a plan 5 years ago, which was born in my former bosses Jerzy Buzek's and Jacques Delors' head, today is becoming a reality. We are finally moving extremely quickly to achieving a real energy independence of the European Union and building a genuine foreign energy policy of the EU. The EU, of course, is rethinking, as Alexandra has said, the EMP as such, and trying to make it more strategic and less procedural, trying to marry, as you also have mentioned, both interests and values in a more effective way. We are the value-based union, but we also have legitimate interests like everyone else. And at the same time, we have rebranded the Eastern Partnership to create a choice for the members of that partnership to integrate or to approach European single market or European integration in the speed they want. And while the differentiation was just a concept before the Riga summit, in Riga it became a reality on the ground. We have seen very clearly the emergence of two groups within the Eastern Partnership. On the first hand, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, all three countries that have chosen themselves without any pressure from the EU already from 2003 and 2004 by their own peoples to not only approach the EU, but in many ways to join the European Union. However, of course, the EU being not ready to accept them at the moment has offered them as a reply to their request the offer of both deep and comprehensive free trade agreement and the visa liberalization in the long term. All three countries have already, as you know, signed and ratified the association agreements. In two countries, the agreement is already applied. In Ukraine, it will be applied starting the 1st of January 2016. Moldova already has the visa-free regime since last April and is showing great results, with only 1% of Moldovan citizens breaching the rules of the Schengen. So 99% of the case, the regime works very well, and even 75% of Transnistria citizens have asked for the Moldovan citizenship as a result, and which gives us a hope that is one of the soft power tools to help settle the frozen conflicts in the regions. Georgia and Moldova are awaiting the visa-free decisions in the end of this year, pending pending reports of the European Commission, and then of course a decision of both the European Parliament and the Council. But it's in the hands reach. And in many ways, in just this year and a half, the amount of simply advice, support, both economic, political, and financial, of the European Union to our Eastern partners has been unprecedented. Only Ukraine itself, by itself, has been given 11 billion euro support from the EU, 6 billion of which have been already dispersed for Ukraine, not only for macro-financial assistance, but also for the reform process. We have at least 140 advisors working on the ground in Ukraine, helping the government to reform, and most importantly, to fight the corruption and to reform the judiciary, to respond to that call of the Ukrainian people on Maidan to change the country, which has not been changed and reformed for 25 years beforehand. And that combined with the internal changes of the EU, which I have mentioned, shows you that even though slow and taking time, but the EU is clearly moving towards a much more strategic and much more focused and concentrated policy in the East. And just to reply to Alexander by closing, we heard from your presentation, interestingly, the EU being accused of intervention, foreign intervention, colonization, geopolitical ambitions, destabilizing the countries of regions, hypocrisy, and everything else. I would suggest the audience just to use the mirror and turn it around and just replace the European Union by somebody else, and you will have the full picture. I believe it was not the EU which used pressure against Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine before the Eastern Partnership in Vilnius. It was not the EU which imposed the trade embargoes of those countries. It was not the EU which imposed the wine and fruit and vegetable embargoes. It was not the EU which used the energy wars as a foreign policy tool. It was not the EU which illegally occupied Crimea. It was not the EU which instigated the war in Donbass, or indeed supplied the weapons and armaments to the separatists in Donbass. It was not, in the end, the EU which is waging an enormous information warfare against every single capital in this union. So I would be more careful speaking at the College of Europe in Bruges while using the language, because these people here are not stupid. They do read papers, and we should get the facts right.
I'd like to thank our three panelists for a very interesting introduction to our discussion today. And I would like to pose the first question as well as give them the chance to respond to each other's presentations. So in the first two presentations, we had a lot of criticism regarding the European Union's foreign policy. So on that note, I would like to ask both Alexander and Masha, do you have any praise for the European Union's foreign policy? Are they doing anything right in your view? Or do you think that this calls for a fundamental shift in EU policy, all of the criticisms that you've raised? And on a related note to Arnaldus, do you think that the different challenges that you outlined, including Russia, Ukraine, Syria, etc., have contributed to a rethink of EU foreign policy or greater fragmentation? And so I suggest that we go in the same order, beginning with Alexander.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Well, first of all, I'd like to start by very strongly supporting what Masha said. After the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was a lot of idealism about the relations between Russia and the West, and the European Union in particular. There was, retrospectively looking at it, a very large degree of naivete about the relationship. Back in the early 90s, we were all preaching the common European house, this idea by Mikhail Gorbachev and some Western counterparts, Hans-Dietrich Genscher and the others. And we lived in this illusion that Russia is already part of the West. We don't need to worry, we don't need to defend our national interests. We were moving back troops at a rate unknown in human history. 300,000 soldiers pulled out up until 1994 out of the whole Eastern Europe. The reunification of Germany made possible bloodlessly, largely thanks to the efforts of the Soviet Union. We're not hearing any gratitude for that now, obviously. It's 20 years have gone by. And we still lived in that idealistic version of reality, Russia did, up until 2013. That's the most puzzling part for me. I mean, I remember back in 2012, after I arrived here, writing speeches for my ambassador where I extolled the strategic partnership between Russia and the EU, saying that we are intricately bound together, and we are, by the way, economically, that we are tied together by the same civilizational destiny, being who we are, being Europeans. And that, again, retrospectively, it seems very, very naive. We proposed to our Western partners over the past decade and a half at least several ideas which were strategic, and Masha spoke a lot about strategy, and I have to emphasize that. We offered to re-energize the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which was the brainchild of the Helsinki process, and which is the only organization in Europe which is comprehensive enough to cover everybody, from Vancouver to Vladivostok, including now Mongolia recently. We suggested the Treaty on European Security, which would certainly allay our security concerns with regard to NATO's expansion towards our borders, contrary to Western promises at the beginning of the 90s. And if you look at the Russian foreign policy concept, which was passed in February 2013, and you're going to laugh, the number one objective in our relations with the European Union is still the construction of a common economic and humanitarian space from Lisbon to Vladivostok. That's about undermining the EU. That's our main goal. It seems a bit idealistic at this point, I have to say, unfortunately, and I say this without any schadenfreude. We would have liked to have a different scenario, but unfortunately things have taken a confrontational turn. And right now I'm not going to argue with Arnold about everything that he said. We have a different view. We can debate this at length. 1 hour is certainly not going to be enough for that. But we have to be more strategic, as Masha said. We have to finally come to terms with what kind of Europe we live in. And what kind of Europe, by the way, you, as a younger generation, are prepared to live in. Is it going to be a remake of the East-West confrontation with still a wall inside Europe, And there is a wall. It's being built by the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Arseniy Yatsenyuk, the wall of dignity on the eastern outskirts of Ukraine, which is basically a fence. So there is a wall, actually, which is being constructed inside Europe. It doesn't matter where it runs, inside Berlin or between Ukraine and Russia. It's still there. It still divides us as a continent. It still prevents our continent from assuming the positions that it should have by right in this globalized world. So either we join forces, Russia and the EU, or we drift apart. That's the choice that we have, the choice that we face. We take a more cooperative approach. Others use language about the need for sanctions, the need for freezing relations and dialogue with Russia. Thanks to Arnold's boss, I, as a Russian diplomat, am barred now from entering the premises of the European Parliament, which goes to show how much the European Union cares about dialogue. There are two destinies that we face. Either we wall ourselves in, or we join forces. We had actually thought that the battle with ISIS would kind of serve as a common platform for us. Let's see if this is the case. I by nature am more of an optimist, but the reality proves me wrong every time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Masha?
Well, this is going to be fun. So, in response to question one, the good things to be said. Well, there are obviously many good things, positive things that can be said about the underlying intentions of many of the policies that were conceived. Unfortunately, sometimes good intentions do not lead to the most optimal outcomes. And I do think that there is a bit of a problem in terms of, again, as I was saying, the fundamental thinking that underlies a lot of these policies. Forgive me, but it does seem to me that the EU oftentimes thinks about these types of agreements, the partnership, the Eastern Partnership, the Comprehensive Free Trade Area, as a win-win situation. Right? And it might be a win-win situation for the people sitting directly behind the table. But the world is such that there are, and I'm not talking about any particular situations, but usually for most issues, there are third parties for whom it might not be a win-win. So there is this tendency to approach everything as a win-win, when in actuality, you can have a situation where it's win-win, but the third party loses. And I do think that some of the problems that we see in terms of policies and the unintended effects they have is tied to this inability to see that when there are complex issues, it could be a win-win-lose. So for example, the free trade agreements that you're talking about, right? When the countries were asked to choose between the Eurasian Customs Union and the Comprehensive Free Trade Area. And the response of the EU Commission was that they had to choose. And that's certainly the correct response where, when you think about this issue as this narrow issue of trade policy. But when it comes to the game of high politics, these are multidimensional issues. So again, positive things, of course, can be said, but that shouldn't distract us from thinking about the less than positive things. And in response to your second question, do I think there is a rethink going on? Well, I was certainly hoping there was a rethink, but it seems that there's not much of a rethink on either side, as is suggested by the sort of positions taken here. Right? But there still seems to be, this repeated back and forth that we've seen before, where the Russian position revolves around the presence of distinct security concerns, and the European response invoking good and benign intentions. So I'm still optimistic a rethink is possible. Let's hope it starts right about now.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally, Arnoldus.
Well, to answer your question, I think indeed we've seen more of consolidation rather than fragmentation. of the European Union. And I also expect, by the way, as a side thought, that on the refugee crisis will have more consolidation than fragmentation. And like in any part of history, we usually need a big crisis to shake us up and to move forward in terms of integration. Like the financial economic crisis led us to the banking union. We do hope that the current refugee crisis will lead us to the common migration and asylum policy. As Ukraine-Russia conflict moved us forward, as I mentioned before, to the energy union, or a much stronger cyber defense capacity. So there is clear path of consolidation. Perhaps somebody would have expected more fragmentation, and however, that did not happen. I think to a surprise of somebody has underestimated, I think, two aspects. First, the resilience and strength of the Ukrainian people, not only in the Maidan revolution, but also later on to resist the temptation to create a frozen conflict on Donbass. And secondly, they have underestimated the unity of the EU member states to come together, to agree on the sanctions, which are also extremely painful for our members themselves, and to stick to them already for a year and a half, even though every single day that was tested, every single day that unity was attempted to break, but it never broke. And I think that is the best answer to your question, whether in the short term, because long term is yet to come, but in the short term, whether we pass the test of unity or fragmentation. Now, to very quickly answer some of the points on EU-Russia relations, I've been following that in the last 10 years in my work in the European Parliament as closely as I followed the Eastern Partnership, and I completely share what Alexander has said. The overall objective of EU-Russia engagement in terms of in the long term, in one day, creating a common space in terms of trade and movement. Interestingly enough, in 2007, when the EMP was created and moved forward, President Barroso at that time offered President Putin the opportunity to join that European neighbourhood policy as a partner country. And as you well know, President of Russia has declined, understandably so, and that was taken with full respect by the European Union. Russia's response was, we're not interested in joining a regional initiative with the European Union. We want to have strategic, equal relations with the EU. Fair point. And then EU quickly moved in proposing an offer of a new agreement, which would replace the partnership and cooperation agreement of the last century, which would include, by the way, the same offers that we offered Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, both the long-term perspective of free trade agreement as well as visa liberalization, with our understanding that in one day this whole area will be, common space where we trade with each other, we move between each other. Now, all the time since 2007 until Crimean annexation in 2014, very little has moved in those negotiations. I've watched them very closely and followed them with my colleagues in the Commission and the Council. Really little moved because indeed we understood completely differently what we meant by the relationship. The European Union always guides itself by contracts. We have a contractual foreign policy. The first postmodern, one could say, foreign player which trusts but verifies, which wants to have agreements with all of its neighbor countries or strategic partners, even those which are closest or perhaps the most sharing most of its values, like the United States. Therefore, we have so much drama on the TTIP agreement, and it's many things still to come. So with Russia as well, we wanted to have a comprehensive, legally binding, vast agreement which would cover not only trade but also energy, which would enforce on both sides very clear sets of rules of reciprocity, transparency, access to markets on both sides. Again, the agreement which would also touch on the free movement of people, also on the sets of rules in terms of rule of law and human rights. That type of approach was always contested by Moscow, which viewed the negotiations more in terms of agreeing on a short paper, which would only single out key principles and serve more as a declaration of intent or of strategic partnership rather than a coded treaty which would help us to trust each other but to verify our trust. So those negotiations went nowhere in that decade or so, which is very unfortunate indeed, but which disproves the fact that the EU tried in any way to encircle Russia or to isolate it. Contrary to that, all the way throughout the 25 years since the end of the Cold War, there were numerous hands extended to Russia, not only by the European Union, but even by NATO, which created the NATO-Russia Council. We have, as mentioned, offered even, joining of the EMP and Eastern Partnership. Then we offered the strategic partnership. Then we offered all the talks on energy, and trade, and digitalization. In return, we got this confrontation, which everyone is upset. I clearly agree on this as well. But one has to look at the origins, and I think the problem was really the misunderstanding of each other and huge, massive miscommunication of the intents of each other. You rightly said, the EU often views at things in a win-win situation or a mutually beneficial situation. Unfortunately, not everyone in the world thinks that way, and still quite a few players, not only Russia, think more in a zero-sum game and try to take advantage of each other for their comparative advantage or interest. Perhaps we are slightly living not in our times. The EU is slightly ahead in terms of its postmodern nature, and therefore it is so fragile and vulnerable in the world where there are still the rules of jungle in place. So that's what I wanted to reply. And another point which you raised on the DCFTAs and the choice between Eurasian Union and DCFTA, it was never a choice between Russia and Europe. It was never a choice between West and East. It was more a choice between the past and the future. For those countries was the choice of maintaining inherently corrupt, systemically backward system based on the post-Soviet structures, nomenclatura, oligarchic structures, and non-existent rule of law, corrupt courts and judiciary, and embracing European standards in terms not only of trade but also of judiciary and rule of law. So in many ways, the choice they were facing was to reform their countries and to bring them up to European standards, or indeed to remain in that gray zone of contested territory, of zone of influences, where the people themselves are not deciding on their future, but certain great powers are. The tools which were proposed, both the trade tool and visa liberalization, are only the tools to achieve those aims, but again, these were the tools presented because of the request, not because of the imposition. And there was never an artificial choice between joining one or the other. The only technical problem was, as you mentioned very well, was that if one country joins a trade bloc, would it be a customs union or a single market of the EU, naturally cannot be a part of the two until the day when we have a joint common space. Especially that in the customs union we have two countries which are not members of the WTO, Belarus and Kazakhstan. Therefore, the WTO rules which guide European Union trade policy and which will in many ways become formally a member of customs union, or whether to sign the DCFTA. But that would in no way preclude those countries to become observers in the customs union, to maintain extremely close trade relations with Russia, to create different trade agreements between themselves, or like today, for instance, with Armenia, which said to us, okay, again under pressure, we don't want the association agreement, we fully respect it, we didn't occupy Armenia because of that. We said, fine, you don't want, you're not prepared, and we will negotiate now a new agreement, which will be compatible to Armenia's membership of the Eurasian Union and Customs Union. But of course, that will not be the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement, because simply that is incompatible. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's your turn to join into the fun. So we will take a round of questions. So I suggest we take 3 or 4 questions and then bring it back to our panel. So would you like to go begin there? Do we have any microphones or no? Just please speak loudly. Oh, we do have a microphone.
Really hot topic of European neighborhood policy. Well, I would like to address my question to Mr. Pranskevičius. I hope it's right pronunciation. So, how do you actually see the evolution of Eastern Partnership, taking into regard this clash inside this space within the Eastern Partnership between those countries who signed association agreements, like Georgia, like Ukraine, like Moldova, and those who haven't done this, like Belarus or Armenia? And do you think it's actually relevant to speak about success of European neighborhood policy in the first case and about failure in the second case? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another question? Okay.
Thank you. When you were talking about successes of the European foreign policy, I think one thing that wasn't touched upon was the difference that the EU had compared to the US in its approach to Russia post-Crimea, where in fact European states were a lot more reticent to impose sanctions. It took a lot more discussion, and those sanctions were then time limited to be renewed. And there was a real feeling amongst European politicians that they wanted to keep negotiation open with Russia and provide lots of ways back to the table with Russia. So I feel that that was a real difference between the European approach and the American approach. And so my question is, where does Europe go next with that open dialogue that people like Chancellor Merkel have tried to maintain with Russia? How does Europe start to improve and warm up relations with Russia? And what alternative shapes could EU foreign policy towards Russia take?
Okay, could you pass the microphone up? Yes. This way, to the other side. Yeah, we have a question up here. Margot?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Gusarov, I think that your discourse really changed dramatically since the last time I had the opportunity to listen to you in 2012 in Hans. But my question for you would be mainly, you mentioned at one point that there is this dose of healthy realism that the European Union needs to adopt or accept. So what would that phrase mean? What is today a dose of healthy realism that would define the European Union's foreign policy? And for Mr. Pranskevičius, the question is, we heard today from the Vice Prime Minister of Belgium that there will be some new models of partnerships announced in the future for the candidate countries. So can you maybe elaborate a bit more on that? And do you think that the visa-free travel demand from the Turkish government that happened a couple of days ago is a fair request to the European Union, and how will the European Union deal with it, as Turkey being the candidate country and one of its most important partners, I'd say. Thank you.
Okay, and you want to take one more question? Yes, do you want to, yes. Do you want to go? Okay, yes, up there.
Thank you. It goes without saying that, Mr. Chen, you should be very much complimented on bringing such divergent views to this audience among this panel. I will try to restrain myself from making pathetic comments and just go straight to pragmatic questions. Mr. Gusarov, on 1st of January, the provisional application of DCFTA between EU and Ukraine will start. What would be the reaction of Russia? What are we to expect as of 1st of January 2016? Mr. Pranskevičius, another question to you. You were talking about solidarity which is superseding fragmentation in the European Union. But we also see that, for instance, such a format of cooperation as Euronest is slightly falling apart. Is there a way to keep this format? Because as you're working for European Parliament, this is probably the closest to your heart. So thank you so much.
Okay, so what are we going to hear back from our panelists? Would you like to begin, Alexander?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I really have to actually agree with one of the students that this is actually turning into a real debate, and there are a few debates of such kind in Brussels nowadays, where Russia is participating actively. Just next week, for example, I was telling about this earlier. The Center for European Policy Studies is hosting a conference with the title "What Russia Wants," and there are no Russian speakers. So this here is a very welcome change, and I really applaud the organizers for this. Just very briefly, 2 points. I understand what Arnoldas said. Unfortunately, some of the comments made by EU officials prior to the Vilnius summit back in 2013 were very unhelpful. They did not put the choice before Ukraine between kind of future and past, between modernity and corruption. They placed the choice squarely between the European bullets and the Russian decline, and those are very unhelpful statements. I can just quote, for example, the Lithuanian Foreign Minister, Mr. Linkevičius, who in May 2013, half a year before the Vilnius summit, said, and this is black and white, that we should be braced for a geopolitical battle with Russia for Ukraine. And he got it. He got the geopolitical battle. Well done. But there are no innocent bystanders here. Secondly, well, I wouldn't be so critical of our negotiations on the new basic agreement. They're worthwhile grounds, after all. And by the way, my investor happens to be the head of the Russian delegation, so I have to be a bit positive on this point. And actually, by the way, it seems to me I wasn't following the debate keenly, but there was the only contradictory issue in the end was not so much the human rights and the political chapter of this new basic agreement. It was the trade. It was the trade chapter that was the most complicated, and it was because we feel of the high bar that the EU set in terms of liberalization of trade. It's a debatable issue, but it's something that is pragmatic, that does not have an ideological underpinning. As to the 2 questions about realism, we do actually sense a degree of fresh, healthy realism nowadays from the EU, particularly from the High Representative Federica Mogherini, who understandably is worried about the migration crisis, the spillover it has, the instability in the Middle East and North Africa, and the ways that we can build, and Arnoldas said this quite clearly before, on successes such as the negotiations in Iran, in order to promote stability in Syria and elsewhere in this region. This is, after all, our common neighborhood for Russia and the EU. We have the same threats emanating from there. Belgium has, about 500 or 600 foreign fighters in Syria and Iraq. We have about 2,000. This is a common threat for us, a common challenge. Also, the remarks made by President Juncker in Passau recently were taken very enthusiastically on board in Moscow. He said that there can be no stability and security in Europe without Russia. He endorsed, by the way, closer cooperation between the EU and the Eurasian Economic Union. Very major point. Of course, and here I think we would be in agreement with Arnoldas, there can be no return to business as usual. We have to really reset the relationship with the new software installed. The hardware can remain the same. We have the institutional architecture in place, but the software needs to change. It has to be a more balanced, more equitable relations of respect, of mutual respect, and mutual consideration for each other's interests. And the question, the question about 1st of January, it's a key date. As you may know, there are, of course you do, the trilateral discussions going on between Russia, EU, and Ukraine, which in our view should have started before the Vilnius summit. And actually it was President Yanukovych, who was then pushed out of power, that actually proposed to host trilateral discussions on the trade agreement, and this idea was shut down. Now we are having these trilateral discussions. I'm a bit cautious as to the outcome of these talks, but let me be very clear. We do view the implementation of the trade provisions of the association agreement with utmost concern. We have transmitted to the European Union our concerns regarding the elimination of import duties in Ukraine, the probability of saturation of the Ukrainian market with EU goods, using the Ukrainian market as a kind of a gateway for channeling EU goods into Russia, into the EU, Eurasian Economic Union. We take that very seriously. So the position is that if these trilateral discussions are not going to end with a legally binding agreement, which would take into account the interests of all parties, then we would seriously have to consider the extension of the membership of Ukraine within the free trade area of the Commonwealth of Independent States. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Arnoldas, and if you please keep it under 5 minutes.
All right. First, about the 3+3. Well, I think, it's neither success nor failure, it's reality. It's quite clear that regions are more ambitious than others in terms of their ambitions of European integration, and that's clear. They're moving quite fast despite their own problems. We've seen the Moldovan crisis erupt in the last few months because of the bank scandal and the former Prime Minister Filat arrested just a couple of days ago. So that's again a reminder of what I was saying before, that one of the main problems in those countries is the lack of independent judiciary and rule of law. Ukraine and Georgia perhaps more, towards going on that direction. But still also many things ahead. The other three countries, Belarus, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, are very diverse. You have among them 2 countries which are members of Eurasian Union, Customs Union, Armenia and Belarus. Clearly, they are not neither sharing the ambition of joining the European Union nor signing the DCFTA. Therefore, we are devising different, as I said, alternative proposals for them, because they want still to remain engaged in the partnership, they want still to remain engaged with the European Union. We're proposing different types of formats. There is a discussion now on the new agreement framework for Armenia, which started in Riga, and we carried that on. On Belarus, as you've seen, there is certain movement as well after the release of political prisoners in August, including Nikolai Statkevich, and the recent elections last Sunday, which had certain improvements but still fell below the democratic credentials. EU is ready step by step to gradually re-engage with Belarus. We in the European Parliament are a bit more cautious than the governments. We think we should make it conditional and gradual. The member states are more pragmatic, they have politique these things on this. But definitely, again, this stems from the signals from Minsk itself that it wants a closer relationship with the EU, and therefore we expect further steps from Lukashenko in that regard, not only the release of prisoners, but also change of the freedom of the media law and freedom of assembly laws, etc. Azerbaijan has always had a very specific relationship to the EU. I would call it a selective approach. They have always been interested in economic and energy cooperation, not so much enthusiastic about rule of law and human rights, and that is quite visible in the current situation in the country. And so, again, a full-blown type of relationship that we have, say, now with Ukraine is simply not envisagable, and we are working on other things like visa facilitation, energy contracts, as well as having quite tough discussions with Baku on during our human rights consultations. So clearly, a very diverse group. But the success or failure of that policy will be, I would say, defined by the countries themselves, because this is like university. You enter university, and it depends how much you take from it. Do you go to all classes? Do you choose all of them or just several of them? Do you study well enough to acquire a certain standard and level? If you don't, it's your own choice. So I would see it in that way. The Eastern Partnership Program. It is in our interest that these countries are stable, that they are predictable, that they are peaceful, that they are democratic, of course, and that we share in terms of trade and mobility, as I mentioned. Now, on second question, on the EU versus US in terms of sanctions, yes, US was quicker to move. However, as you can imagine, it was much quicker for them to do so, given not only one government, not 28, but also a much lesser of importance of trade relationship with Russia. I'm sorry, non-comparable trade volume in that sense. Therefore, also the decisions are much lighter, because not only in terms of impact, but also in terms of taking the decision, because it backfires you to a much less extent than to the European Union with its decision. Therefore, it took so long, and also it took long because EU tries to be not erratic and confrontational, emotional, tries to be rational and calculating. So it took some time to calculate the specific sectors, the specific sanctions that could be imposed, which could not punish the Russian society, but only target certain sectors, say in energy or banking sector or capital markets, etc., in order to create a certain penalty for the Crimean annexation and the war in Donbass, but not to bring down Russian economy altogether. That is in no one's interest to have Russia collapse. It's in no one's interest to create instability in the country. The only purpose of the sanction was the penalty and the containment deterrence, as I mentioned before. Since the sanctions have been gradually imposed, so they will be gradually released. And to answer to your second part of your question about the dialogue, critical dialogue with Russia and how to get out of it, well, of course the answer lies in Moscow, as well as in Kiev, of course, in terms of Minsk agreement implementation. Certain sanctions are related to Crimea, certain sanctions are related to Donbass, and that will depend on the progress on the ground, on the full implementation of Minsk agreements. As you know, they expire 1st of January. We have major decisions coming up in terms of local elections, decentralization reform, giving back control of the external border to Ukraine, etc. So that will be verified and looked at before the decisions are taken in January on the renewal or not of the sanctions. At the same time, the EU is giving thought, and Alexander Wright, Madame Mogherini is heading that task of different scenarios, how to re-engage, and if and when and in which way. Because naturally, Russia, geographically, politically, economically, will always be EU's neighbor, very important neighbor, and we will have to go back to a relationship with Russia which would be beneficial to both sides. But I agree with you completely, it will take not only a long time, but the trust which was lost will take really long to repair. And I'm afraid not only between the governments, but unfortunately also between the populations of the people who have been such big, target of information warfare and emotional and very toxic debates. So it will take a lot of time to rebuild that trust, but I'm quite confident that the step-by-step approach will be taken. Now, finally, on yes, I know. Please wrap it up. It's not the first time I get it. Just there were many questions on Turkey and the new partnerships. Well, I would say, from European point of view, it's a fair right of Turkey to demand and to have visa liberalization. It is quite abnormal that we have given visa liberalization to all Western Balkan states except for Kosovo because of legal questions, but not to Turkey, which has been negotiated ever since 2005. Naturally, at the moment when Turkey is a key partner in settling the refugee crisis, and also a very important partner when it comes to Syrian conflict, that is the least we can do to reassure Turkish population and to kickstart the accession process, which was all but dead in the last 5 years. Definitely financially is super important as well. That 3 billion that has been agreed is extremely important. It might not be enough, but it is definitely very important for Turkey to have in order to manage the refugee flows and to establish functioning and well-equipped refugee camps and cities even, their settlement places in Turkey. My boss has visited them. Some of them he was extremely impressed by the way Turkish are doing their job. So there's no reason for us not to believe that they're sincere in this regard. As for the future, I'm sure you will remain flexible in terms of future members and future candidates. Juncker has said there will be no enlargement in 5 years. It's true practically, but we believe in the European Parliament it was a wrong signal to send to the region. And therefore, Schulz went there in July to Bosnia, Albania, Serbia to reassure Belgrade, Sarajevo, and Tirana that you are weighted in the European Union. We have not forgotten your European aspirations. You should proceed with your reform efforts. You should not stop. Today maybe is not the moment, but definitely the long-term goal and the long-term future of the Western Balkan region is in the EU. We should not give up this foreign policy tool, which proved to be one of the most effective and powerful in European history. And finally, on Euronest, very briefly, yes, the assembly is not in the best shape. I forget who asked the question. And mainly actually because of Azerbaijan, which has just recently withdrawn from the assembly after we passed a very tough resolution on human rights situation in Azerbaijan, and after we had shortlisted Laila Yunus for the Sakharov Award last year. We believe the Baku reaction was definitely, slightly exaggerated. They have also boycotted the Euronest session in Yerevan, Armenia, even though the first Euronest session took place in Baku, and there was a gentleman's understanding that after Baku, the second external Euronest meeting would be in Yerevan. So we have those problems. We have those problems of certain partner countries, in this case specifically Armenia, Azerbaijan, importing their disagreements over Nagorno-Karabakh within the assembly and making it hardly functioning. And we're trying to see now how to overcome it. And how to engage in talks with President Aliyev and others to see how serious Azeris are to completely withdraw, or whether it is just an emotion that they are showing because of the European Parliament's resolutions, which unfortunately, whether anyone is upset or not, we will continue to pass because we believe, if anyone, it is the European Parliament's job to speak for human rights defenders, for opposition forces, for the civil society and all those countries concerned, including European Union. The toughest resolutions have been adopted against EU member states, like Hungary, etc. So, we will be fair to ourselves as we are to others.
Okay, thank you very much. And Masha Hedberg has kindly volunteered to sacrifice her comments in the interest of not allowing the panel to stand in the way of your lunch any further. So please join me in thanking our panelists for a very lively discussion this afternoon.
Very good. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start. Actually, we are a bit late because this clock is cheating. This clock is 4 minutes late. In terms of sound, is it fine for everyone? Okay, I guess so. Very good. Well, first, my name is Thomas. I'm a college alumni, and I work now as a research fellow at the Jacques Delors Institute, which is a think tank on European affairs, where we have a special unit on energy that I'm happy to lead. I'm just going to briefly present you the very basic stuff about the so-called energy union and the energy transition, which is the main topic we're going to be discussing today, and then quickly give the floor to our three distinguished speakers. We're going to give their views on the energy transition and the energy union. Then we're going to have a small debate between us, and at the end, open it to you guys so we can make the session as interactive as possible. So we're actually going to start with a very small test. What you have here is the European energy mix. Each line represents a particular energy source. It could be nuclear, gas, oil, coal, renewables, you name it. What is, in your opinion, the most important energy source in Europe? So this black line that you see that has been going up until 2005 and then has diminished. Coal? Sorry? Gas? Okay, you've got it wrong so far, so try something else. Oil. Oil. So, first and foremost, when we talk about energy, we don't talk only about electricity. We talk also about ways to heat our houses, ways to transport people, mobility. How do you transport? Well, most of the time using oil. So that's why oil is the most important element of the European energy mix. What is the second most important? This orange line, that was the third energy source back in the 90s and went up. Coal, gas. Right, we got it right, at least for the ones who said gas. Gas indeed has been increasing. And in Europe, we use gas mostly for heating purposes and also to produce electricity. You can also see that the gas demand is diminishing since 2008, which is a good thing if you fear Russia. Third energy source, coal. Yeah, here it is. So you can see coal declining a lot, especially in the 90s. So that's basically because we phased out the very dirty Soviet power plants that happen to be in Central Eastern Europe. This yellow line, nuclear, it is. And then you can have, at the very end, you can already guess, the renewables. So we've got two kinds of renewables. The, let's say, old one, which is hydropower, which is the blue line here, that is basically flat. And then this green line, which is the new renewables, so solar, wind, etc., that have been increasing. But the point is, you can see, if you look at the dynamic, renewables is definitely on the rise, no question about it. If you look at the situation, you see the difference between oil and renewables, there's still a very, very, very long way to go. The basic rationale for the energy transition is to diminish our oil, gas, and coal consumption and increase the low carbon, so renewables and nuclear for the ones who like nuclear. Not everyone likes it. So the energy transition is to go from an old world, that is the world we have here, the world of oil, coal, and gas, to a new world where we will consume more and less energy because we will be more efficient, and where more renewables will be part of the mix. So our topic of today is this: how do we go towards this new world? Why do we need to go towards this new world? We've got a major constraint, and that, as you know, and as the Luxembourgese PM just mentioned, climate change. Here's just a graph.
Can this slide put like in online or?
Sure, I can put them online. No worries. They're part of my last paper that is just over there, if you want to also. Yeah. So here you just have the increase of global temperature. And you know the objective is not to go beyond 2 degrees. We are already at +1 degree. So temperature has been on the rise during the last 50 years, a very, very steady rise. 2014 has been the hottest year ever recorded in human history. And 2015 has been even hotter so far. So to do that, to react to this EU energy policy, well, the historic birth was in 51 with the coal and steel community, but apart from coal, nothing really happened until 2007, when we got the real birth with the energy and climate package. And now we're in 2015, and we've got, if you want, this child, that is the EU energy policy that was born in 2007. This child has been given a new name, it's called the Energy Union. And this child is, if you want, the result of a gay marriage between two fathers, Jean-Claude Juncker and Donald Tusk, that are basically disagreeing on what this child should be doing. Juncker has a broader vision about what the Energy Union should be about, and this basically what I mentioned earlier, to go away from oil, gas and coal towards more renewables and more efficient energy systems. So that's what Juncker wants from the Energy Union, in a nutshell. And Donald Tusk wants, let's say, a union that is focused much more on security of energy supply. So from Tusk's perspective, making sure that Russia cannot use energy as a political tool, but the Energy Union in Donald Tusk's eyes should not do anything more than that. And now we've got the European family that is gathering and basically discussing what is going to be the future of this energy union. Where is it going to lead us? There are several ways to go. One possibility is that this will be the new start of European integration, something like the integration of the single market back in the 80s and the 90s. Another possibility would be that energy policy will be the next, let's say, missed opportunity, like defense policy, that was a very hot topic in the 90s and in the 2000s, basically led to almost nothing. So to discuss where this young energy union should go, we've got three speakers. Dries Acker, who is policy manager at the European Climate Foundation. Then we've got Caroline Dickener, who is energy analyst at the KfW, which is the German public bank. And then we've got Michael Mieszański, who is EU Affairs advisor at ENTSO-E. He's going to present what this organization does in a minute. So first, Dries.
Hello. Thanks for the introduction and for the inspiring opening. It's nice to start with some kind of a quiz to involve your audience. I'm not sure I'm as creative as you are. I won't have any slides for you, which is a big benefit that you have to listen to what I say. You will be distracted to what appears above here. My name is Dries Acker, I work for the European Climate Foundation. We are a foundation who does grant making, and grant making means that we support with grants a whole wide range of NGOs, think tanks, but also analytical support and consultants around the question of decarbonization in Europe. I have a bit of an echo, is it bothering? I'm just going to step back. The ECF, European Climate Foundation, is a relatively young organization. It only existed since 2008. But since then, I think we have developed quite widely, and we're typically setting up, we have offices in Germany and in Poland as well, in the UK, in France, and an office in Brussels. So the last 6 years, I've seen quite an expansion of our activities. I may say proudly, to some extent. Okay, what about the question of the day? We were asked to give a bit of introductory remarks about what we think about the Energy Union. It's certainly so that it fits Juncker's agenda. Juncker wanted to be big on big things and small on small things. I don't know what you consider small, but energy is certainly one of those big ticket items of the new Commission. There's a vice president attached to it, Maros Šefčovič. And Juncker has clearly made a selection and decision that energy is a place, a topic where more Europe makes sense. And I think that's something where that's member states also agree with, not only from a cost perspective, not only from a security of supply perspective, not only from a climate and a carbon reduction perspective. In all these cases, more Europe and cooperation has been making sense. I think introductory remarks also mentioned the different birds of the Energy Union. I don't know what the difference between a historic bird and a real bird are, but it's certainly so that the energy has been one of the founding topics of the European Union as well, of the European cooperation, and that will continue to be the case. So this expression of Energy Union is, in the end, not more, but certainly also not less then a bit of a new impetus into the energy cooperation topic for Europe, and it probably could use that. I mean, it's a welcome new impetus, I would say, to the more, let's say, technocratic internal energy market completion language. So it's a political concept that also kind of blow a little bit of new life into the topic. And in the Commission's and in Juncker's the vision that the Commission has put forward for the Energy Union is quite compelling. It's quite fresh, it's quite new, it's quite young. In that sense, it talks about the citizens-led energy transition away from fossil fuels towards clean energy. So all of that is quite compelling and quite right. It almost sounded like a declaration of the European Energiewende. I don't know how familiar you are with the German Energiewende, but the language of the European Commission Energy Union document sounds like the German Energiewende, but on a European level. So a lot of beautiful words, but the question, of course, will the Commission follow up on its talk? We know that next year we are expecting, I think Šefčovič said it in the Parliament, 90% of the legislation being tabled related to energy union. So I certainly know what I'm going to do next year and in the years afterwards, and I'm sure my colleagues as well. But that's going to be where, let's say, the devil will be in detail, and where we will see whether this young vision of the energy union is being followed up on. Maybe a couple of more things to end my introduction. You saw the slide of the energy mix. It's actually really interesting to see if you read the languages and the documents of the energy union. Oil is almost not mentioned. Coal is a complete taboo. We like to call it in climate, let's say, movement. Coal is a dirty word, kind of a way to look at it. But it cannot stay a taboo for many reasons, not only for decarbonization reasons, but also for the fact that the energy system, the energy market, this is getting a bit technical, but we have an enormous overcapacity in electricity markets. It's as important as investing in renewables is disinvestment from coal. We need to make space in the market for new technology. So coal cannot remain out of the light. At some point we will have to tackle it on the European level as well. And then the other fossil fuel gas is talked a lot about, to the extent that there's a bit of a risk that security of supply concerns are a bit overestimated, and I say that from our perspective, that's that is the case, but that you get an overinvestment and a lock into gas infrastructure, that's definitely a risk as well. Last point of view, I think we all here in Europe need to make sure we keep an eye on the global perspective. Europe is not an island, of course, that functions in a global economy. It's not just COP21, but it's also just a general global race for clean technologies. There is an industrial race towards clean energy technologies and innovation, which is global. It's not European leading alone anymore. We are in a completely different world than 5-6 years ago, when we were talking Copenhagen. Now we have, I don't know if you're familiar with the Bloomberg New Energy Finance numbers, but Europe is not the main, we are completely back in terms of investments in renewables since a year and a half. That's quite alarming news for jobs, employment, and growth in Europe. And we're even talking about carbon emissions. That will not slow down. COP21 will actually accelerate that, almost independent of the exact deal that we get in Paris, because we have these INDCs, we have every country in the world, every country has pledged, or not pledged, has set out some kind of a low carbon plan now. That will bring the cost of technology and renewables down even more than the dramatic shift that we're already seeing. We're living a new economy, we're living a new energy security paradigm. Europe needs to make a choice now in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, what position it wants to play from a macroeconomic level. That's really the question for the energy.
Thank you very much, Denise. Now we're moving on to Michael from Ensoe.
Yep. Light the mic, or can everybody hear me?
Moving on to the mic, you will ask me, because then they can see it.
Sorry?
Could you use the mic?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I will record it for us. Okay. Then I try with the mic. Okay. It's always very difficult to speak while you can't see your own slides. But I will try anyway. Yeah. So my name is Michael. I work for an organization that is called ENSO-E, and the work that we do sounds very technical, and it is. But I will first spend a few minutes explaining why we were invited to speak here. And basically the reason is because we work with the power system. Power system means the service that it delivers mainly to us is that it brings electricity. So electricity is a big thing for our society. Everything that we do is built on electricity. Imagine a world that has an hour or two without electricity in our society. This means incredible damage. So I guess this is why we were invited to speak, because we deal with the power system and with the magic word of electricity. Electricity and the power system is extremely relevant in the discussion of decarbonization or energy transition, because today it's still very difficult to decarbonize in, for instance, the transport sector. I still hope that Elon Musk is going to do to Mercedes-Benz what Steve Jobs has done to Nokia.
Can you briefly explain that? Elon Musk, who that is, what he's doing?
So Elon Musk, the founder of Tesla, has brought is bringing two nice things to us. An electric car that actually works and that is really sexy, let's put it this way. I don't know if you've had a chance to test drive one, but I haven't, but I've heard it's really nice. And it's bringing local storage at affordable cost to households. So these are two things that we have to bear in mind. But it's not quite yet. I mean, I haven't seen so many Teslas yet on the streets, and the electric cars that are on the streets are, negligible at the moment. So for the moment, it's really difficult to decarbonize the traffic, for instance, so the transport sector. And this is why we give a lot of importance to the power system. Power system means, I've brought a slide to explain what we mean when we speak about the power system. This is where we come from. So originally, on the left side, you used to have very large generators, basically large power plants, coal, gas, nuclear. You still have those today. They generate, then the electricity is transported over very large distances to the consumption centers. Then the electricity is passed on to the distribution level, so to the cities. And then it is sold to the consumers at different levels, large industrial consumers, smaller ones, and also even households. And all this was going from left to right, or basically from top to the bottom. It was a one-way street. And the power system was dominated by a lot of incumbent companies. There was very little competition. The costs of electricity were largely dominated by the costs of the fuels, so coal prices, gas prices, nuclear prices, and so on. And the whole system was basically vertically integrated. And where we are moving to today is hopefully this. Partially we are already there, but not quite yet. And this is how I see the energy transition. We have a number of things that are happening to the power system. We have increasingly small generation. So think of solar panels, think of wind farms, or just single wind turbines that are on farms or elsewhere. They generate no longer to the transmission system, but to the distribution system. You cannot really influence, so they are depending on the weather patterns. You can't influence whether or not they're generating, they're just generating or not. And there's many more, and they are usually built far away from the consumption centers. So you don't have that many wind farms in cities, but you have them further away, very often somewhere on the shores in Europe. And the other thing that's happening is that the consumers are empowered even more and more. So we will increasingly have the choice, and in some countries in Europe we already have the choice to switch our supplier more easily. We can, in Denmark for instance, I don't know, are there any Danish representatives here? Unfortunately not. In Denmark you can actually follow the consumption of your home on your smartphone. You can see how much you're consuming at the moment and what it's costing you at the very minute. And you can even already, when you have the smart appliances at home, you can even choose whether or not you will want to have to do your washing at the moment because the prices are low, or if you want to put it off. So this all is changing. And also, and this is where some point in time, my organization was put in place. We had something that is called the third legislative energy package for the internal energy market, meaning what it put in place was that it split the generation from the transmission to the from the supply, in order to create more competition in the electricity market, and in order to foster actually European cooperation in everything that's related to the power system. So basically, I'm speaking about transmission system operators, TSOs, in short terms. They look like the boring companies that put the pylons into the fields, but what they do is really they operate the system. They make sure that the lights are always on when we need them. And they plan the whole transmission system, so they adapt the system, make sure that all the new wind farms are actually connected to the consumption centers in the cities. And they also create market rules to make sure that we get competitive prices, that we can actually choose between different suppliers, and that the prices actually are different, because when the prices aren't different, we don't switch. And these TSOs assess also the needs of the power system. Dries just said that we have increasing amounts of renewables, and that we should get rid of some of the coal power plants. And the TSOs actually, because they have the system view, they provide these assessments whether this is true or not. So we can have a discussion whether this is true or not. And my organization, actually what it does, it brings this to a European level. So it's in 2008-9, the EU member states and the EU realized that all this work needs to be put to a European level, and this is what TSOs do. Now this, you could believe this is the map of Europe, but it's not. It's actually the European power system. And this actually is gonna, when you look at it, this is just the lines as they are in the landscape today. And what you see is that everything is interconnected. When there is a disturbance in Portugal, you can measure it in Athens. When the Germans decide they want to switch off 8 power plants at some point, nuclear or whatever, then you can feel this and see it in France. When the French decide that the markets, that the prices are going up, then the market prices are going to increase in Belgium as well. When there's a disturbance in France or lower generation around Belgium, then we're going to have difficult situations in Belgium in the winter, as we did have in the past winter. So all this interconnected, and basically the power system is European. And my point is now, I don't believe that energy policy is actually really European yet. A few examples, not being exhaustive, but the German decision to phase out nuclear, again, was a unilateral one. There wasn't a lot of communication, but it does have impacts around the members. Poland unilaterally, or, well, I'm going to use the dirty word, it's in the slides, it says coal. Poland is still betting on the coal. A lot of other member states aren't. The UK is betting on Hinkley Point C, meaning on a new nuclear power plant on its ground, but who's actually going to pay for it? Then we have in Europe objectives for 2020 to put in place renewables, and this is happening. But my question is, why is Germany, that has 200 days per year rain, the biggest installed generation capacity in solar? Why is this solar not in Spain or in Italy, where it could produce much cheaper electricity? So what I want to say is that these renewable support schemes, they are national, they are not European. Then, I don't know if you've come across the term capacity markets. It's another way of creating a market design. This is something fairly recent that is happening in Europe, and it's not being coordinated across member states. So, for instance, the market, the capacity market in France, is incompatible with the one in the UK, and incompatible with the design that Germany has chosen. And then, if you look at actually the European dimension of energy policy, 2030 energy and climate objectives, how European are they actually? Are they binding? Binding for whom? The 40% carbon reduction objective, yes, it is binding, but how about the 27% for renewables and for efficiency? Not binding for member states, so what does it actually mean? And how about the ETS? We have tried to fix it. Is it fixed? I'm really, sorry. ETS, European Commission. Emissions trading scheme, isn't it? Yes. I almost forgot what it's really meaning. So the idea to trade carbon emissions, giving a price to carbon to the emissions of coal power plants, for instance, and triggering investments in clean power. Is this mechanism really working out? When I speak to investors, they say no. So, just a few explanations or expectations on the energy union. What we expect, we actually expect to deliver on its promises. There's a lot of legislation in Europe that is not yet implemented. Second package, third package, plenty of really good ideas and things that aren't really implemented yet. We believe it needs to be first implemented. Energy policy needs to become really European. So all the examples that I just mentioned, they demonstrate really that a lot of the energy policy, and it's founded in the Lisbon Treaty, is still too much national, and we need much better coordination, at least, of energy policy. The markets, the energy and electricity, I'm speaking more specifically about the electricity markets, need to be updated to deal with the this new situation that we have in Europe. So the renewables, proactive consumers, consumers that are actually prosumers because they actually produce electricity. The markets can't deal with this at the moment and need an update. And it's very important, and this is one of the promises of the energy union concept, is to bring all the relevant policies, energy efficiency, decarbonization, innovation, all under one roof and make it coherent. Why do we bring this? I've been trying to think, why is this actually relevant for you here in Bruges? It's relevant for you because the changes that we are seeing in the power system, it's a complete paradigm shift. Everything is changing. The challenges are unprecedented, and we need actually new thinking, we need a new culture, a European culture. This promise of solidarity and trust that Tusk and Juncker have kept in the energy union concept. Solidarity and trust when it comes to energy policy and energy security, it doesn't really yet exist in Europe. I think there's a cultural problem. Not for me, because I was born in Poland, grew up in Germany, studied in France and the UK, and live in Belgium now, so I feel European. But how many among us actually feel really European? If you look at energy policy, then actually mostly the culture is not European yet. And this needs to change. And having a transversal view, not only thinking in the old paradigms, this is something that needs to come from new generations. It's not present in the current generation that works in the power system. And this is really it for me.
Very good, thanks a lot, Michael. So now we're going to move to Caroline, who is working for KfW, which is the German public bank that has assets of, I think, 500 or 600 billion euros, something like that. So a very, very important player in finance.
So thank you. Yes, my name is Caroline Diekerda. I'll put it the German way. I'm an economist and energy expert working for KfW, and I've worked there since 3 years now, and before I've been working 5 years in the energy sector as well as a consultant and energy expert. And yeah, you're probably wondering what KfW is doing. KfW, well, the public bank is maybe not the right word to put it. We're actually Germany's promotional bank. So we have 5,500 employees, mainly in Frankfurt, and we also have local offices all over the world. Our mission is very diversified. We do domestic promotion of small and medium enterprises. We do a lot of finance, export and project financing, development financing. So actually all the development aid that is provided in Germany through loans, let's say, it's provided via KfW. And then we have further special tasks, very different ones. And in terms of the energy transition, KfW is actually a really global player in green investments through different financing programs and projects in the field, especially of renewable energies and energy efficiency. So yeah, you see I have really energy background, and so I got the briefing that there won't be energy wonks in the audience, so I was actually wondering who else is maybe an energy expert. Is there someone? There are a few, or one at least. Okay, I see. And then, well, then I have a further question. Whether you paid attention? Do you know what is the most, well, the main used energy source in terms of final consumption? You have to know it now, I guess. It's oil. Okay, then my final question is, do you like energy bars at least? Or who does? Only one person. So we can't even build an energy union on that, so that's a bit sad. Okay, anyways. Well, let me get to my slides and to give you my introduction to, well, I will focus a bit more on the energy transition as a way forward for the Young Energy Union. Well, the energy transition is a big structural change. As Michael already said, it's actually, it is a long-term project, which is very cost intense. It will go along with a lot of construction sites. So it's actually something that society has to want, because in the end the taxpayer has to pay for it. And if we take a look to the European level, Michael already introduced the 2030 targets. Yeah, I will just briefly talk about the target achievements what's actually the current status, where are we with the 2020 targets. So the European set 2020, the so-called 2020 targets, which was very nice communicative thing, because the target was until 2020 to cut 20% of greenhouse gas emissions in comparison to 1990. To have a proportion of 20% of EU energy from renewables, and to have 20% improvement in energy efficiency. And what we see on the European level, as you can see on the slide, is that we are already, or Europe is already on track, and in terms of these targets. And maybe the furthest way to go is still for renewable energies. So there we are currently at 75% of the target achievement of the progress. Of course, this is very different if in the different member states. So as Michael said before, member states are very diversified, they have very different political interests. So we see that in the member states, of course, the progress also in these different fields is very different. If we take a look at Germany, which is maybe also a country which is really good on track with its own targets, which are even more ambitious, we see a bit of a different picture concerning target achievement. In renewable energies, we are really we're really on our way. We're even maybe overachieving our targets for 2020. But in terms of energy efficiency, there's still a lot to do. So there are further political plans to address these issues. Yeah, so that's maybe the overall current status of the European energy transition. By contrast, if we take a look out of Europe, I think that's very important to do, because if we talk about, I think both of you addressed it already, we're only focusing on Europe. In Germany, we're always only focusing on Germany. But I mean, if we want to be on a low carbon track, if we want to achieve our climate targets and reduce carbon emissions significantly, we have to do it globally, right? I mean, everyone who is an economist knows it's a global good to have less emissions, and it's something that we can't achieve only in Germany or in Europe. So if we take a look at the projections of the International Energy Agency for 2035, we see a completely different picture. So these are actually the cumulative investments that will be there in the different sectors according to the International Energy Agency. And we see that especially in the oil and gas upstream sector, there will be most investments. So these are fossil fuels. Still, there will be investments in fossil fuels, and they will be consumed. As we heard before, most of oil is used in the transport sector, but also in the industry. I mean, if we take a look at this bottle, this is an oil product. So if we don't want to use plastic bottles anymore, of course, find another solution. We won't need oil anymore, but still, most people forget that oil is everywhere, not only in the transport sector. So, of course, there will still be a lot of investment there, and it will be consumed, and it will be burnt. So these are the bad news, and especially if we take a look at emerging countries, they want to have access to energy, they want to develop fast, so sometimes it's the cheapest option for them to burn fossil fuels. So I gave you the bad news. Although we are very ambitious and want to only focus on renewables, it's still a long way to go, especially on a global scale. So what are the good news if we take a look at the power generation sector? So if we only focus on electricity, we see that the main investments will actually be in renewable energies. So those technologies that will be expanded and where most electricity, which are growing the fastest and where most investments will be done. So in the long run, maybe, which will provide the most electricity, hopefully, we see it's renewables. So these are the good news. At least in the electricity sector, we saw a major change in the last years, also globally, not only in Europe, not only in Germany. So that's the good news. And so these are the projections until 2035. And also, if we take a look at energy efficiency, we see there will be investments which are also a huge amount, and there will be a lot of transfer. There will be investments in buildings and also in energy efficiency in the industry. So we saw that it's a very mixed picture, whether we take a look at Europe or Germany or at the world. And this is also the issue Michael already addressed, and I think that's an important one. So back to Europe, if Europe wants a European Union, or an energy union in the European market, and a well-integrated European market, with all its economic benefits, I think the European Commission computed that if we have a perfectly integrated European market, there will be economic benefits of between 16 to 14 billion each year. So that's really a large number. I mean, so that's something ENTSO-E can promote because that's what it is about, ENTSO-E and ENTSO-G. ENTSO-E is for electricity and G for gas, because it's actually for the electricity and the gas grid. So if this will be promoted, there will be huge economic benefits. However, if we want to achieve this, I'm on Michael's side. I think the major issue is to cope with the autonomous energy policies of the member states. So, yeah, as you can see on my last slide, just to give you an idea of how well diversified and different the energy consumption is in the different countries and the focus of the energy policies, you can see the energy mixes of the EU 28 and of some, well, selected countries, of some, well, maybe larger countries. And you see that it's very, very different. This is final consumption, you have to keep in mind. It's not only the electricity sector, so it's everything. And we see that there are still some countries who use a lot of nuclear, like France. And well, they already starting an energy transition, they want to reduce a bit, but it's, or at least not promote it too much in new investments, but they're still going this way. So that's really a different issue. And in Germany, we're saying we want to drop out of nuclear until 2022. We won't have any nuclear power plants anymore. So that's, you already see there that it's a different issue. In France, they think, okay, well, it's carbon free, it's low cost. If it's, I mean, it has large investment costs, but once a nuclear power plant is there are no emissions. It's very cheap. But that's also, well, from the German point of view, that's quite an issue if you read newspapers in Germany at the moment, because for us, the economic costs of a nuclear power plant are more than the running costs, but what do you do with the waste afterwards? So you can also see that, just with this example, that, well, in all the member states, the energy policies and the preferences are quite different. And as already been mentioned, in Poland, they still focus on coal. They want to be, the energy security is a big issue, they want to get less dependent on gas from Russia, so you see, that's actually, from my point of view, the biggest hurdle to cross. Okay, well, maybe to sum up a bit, I basically wanted to make 3 points with my introduction, with my slides. So, first of all, the energy transition, from my point of view, is a huge political project that society has to want, and it costs a lot of money and it costs a lot of effort. And we also have to cope with a lot of construction sites. There will always be things that won't work, and we always have to adapt and continue working on. Second, there are global preferences there will be global investments that are mixed and that do not always match with our maybe European or German view on the energy transition. So we also have to cope with this if we want to achieve climate targets. And third is what I was just focusing on, is that European member states follow very heterogeneous energy policies, so this will be actually the major challenge for the energy union.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to continue this small debate with the speakers. So the first question I would like to ask you three. Can you briefly sketch what should be, in your opinion, the energy system by 2030? The European energy system by 2030?
The energy system by 2030. 2030 is only 15 years away. Oh my God. But there are certain trends that I think will certainly continue, that we already seeing to happen. Let me think. We have the 2020 targets for renewables. We have 2030 target for renewables, which is different because it's EU binding, not on member states binding targets. But I think it's quite clear, not only driven by targets, but also driven by the impressive cost reductions of these technologies, that we will continue to see a steady build out of variable renewables technologies like solar, wind, onshore and offshore towards 2030. So I think what we will see in 2030 is that percentage will increase, and that the challenges that come with a new energy system, which is actually based on variable, let's say, intermittent technologies like some of the renewable technologies and are less based on baseload traditional output technologies. That system will need to gradually adapt. So flexibility is really the central word here. We need to make demand active so that demand is not inelastic, but also actually responding to prices. This is the two-way street that Michael was talking about. We will need to think about fossil capacity as being backup instead of baseload, which is
Please, can you briefly explain the difference between variable, baseload, backup?
Okay.
Good luck.
Basically, that's okay. A baseload plant is actually a plant that is built to continuously run and provide and produce electricity. Like, think about the nuclear plants. You cannot switch it off and switch it on per half an hour in a safe way. It doesn't work like that. It needs to continue run, and then you need to prepare for a switch off because you need to clean and then maintain it, but it's like very structured and continuously going. The same applies to a lot of the coal plants. They are meant to continuously run. That also applies to some of the gas plants. There's a technical difference between open cycle and closed cycles, but also the finance, the investment case for these technologies is based on an expectation that these plants will continuously receive money for the electrons that they produce. That's what the whole investment plan is based on. That logic, which was dominant for the last 100 years, is different now. Even with relatively low shares of variable renewables, for example, solar technologies and wind technologies don't give that stable input because of weather circumstances, that already start changing the dynamics and the economics of your energy market in a way that you cannot rely as a gas or a coal or a nuclear plant owner, that you will always need, the electrons that it produces are always necessary. So it's a whole different world from the economics and investment perspective as well. And also from a system challenge. So we need to, I think to answer the question, so the European energy mix will be, it will depend on the amount that we can adapt the system. That will depend how much renewables we have. I think renewables are not driven by targets anymore. They will be driven by system adequacy. Flexible demands, interconnections, backup capacity, and storage and grid technologies.
Okay, so let me give the floor now to Michael, because that's your field, basically.
I'd actually use I think we have a problem because we agree too much for the moment. And okay. What is the energy system going to look like in 2030? 2030, from our perspective, is already within our planning region, so we basically know what it's going to look like. What is important for us is we know that there's going to be a continued growth in renewables. There is maybe a little bit of uncertainty still left with the agreement on the 2030 objectives. And also we want to know how the objectives are going to be achieved, because member states decided that they don't want to agree on member state objectives, only on a renewables objective for the EU. But it's really important for all the players in this market to know how we're going to get there, so that the investments that need to be made can already be made now. For us, it's important that renewables are able to survive in the market. For the moment, we have a lot of subsidy schemes or support schemes that contradict each other, and that don't allow support for renewables, for instance, across borders. If I generate electricity from renewables in Germany and sell it to other countries, I cannot benefit from other countries' renewable support schemes. It's purely national. This is one thing, but also we believe that eventually renewables that need a lot of support will eventually mature, so they will become competitive enough to survive in the markets. And when we reach a certain level of energy mix of renewables in the power system, this renewables generation needs to behave according to the market signals to support a reliable system. How can I explain this best? basically, just to give you one example that is really transparent at the moment, what you have in Germany sometimes is that electricity prices are actually negative. This is due to the support scheme in Germany for renewables. Renewables are incentivized to produce electricity whenever it's possible, not whenever the markets need it. So even when there is an oversupply of electricity in Germany and around Germany, the support scheme still incentivizes for renewables producers to continue producing. And what happens to the market prices, that it drops to the negative. So basically, when you are a big company and you produce a car at the moment, you actually get money for using that electricity. You're not paying for that electricity. And this is something that is going to cause increasingly problems for the power system, because the power system doesn't know anymore where is electricity being generated, and it becomes unreliable. And this is one thing that we need to fix by 2030, because by 2030 we'll have such a significant amount of renewables in the system that we'll have to have this behavior controlled.
And one more thing that I want to, maybe you can just follow a question on that. If prices are negative, why is it something we need to fix? I mean, from a consumer perspective, that's perfect.
From a consumer perspective, it's perfect, but it doesn't really send the right market signals. And this is maybe something that Caroline is going to be able to explain better. But when wholesale prices drop to the negative, who is actually making or earning still money on the electricity that is being produced at that very moment?
Well, maybe I can add on that. It sounds so great. We have negative prices and you can get electricity for free in Germany. You can get over there and plug in your laptop. Well, that's actually on the wholesale market what you see, and of course, final consumers. It's still a long way to get to the final consumers. So what's actually an issue about it is for prices, because there is on the wholesale market, because there is too much wind, for instance. And when there's too much wind, and you as a wind producer still have the guarantee or still get the money, you will still inject. And then the grid operator has to make sure he handles this amount. It actually means there is too much electricity in the grid. So that's an issue. It's physics. The frequency has always to be the same. So of course he has to deal with it, and this is also expensive because he has to tell maybe other consumers to consume more. I give you money so you consume more. But in the end, what will happen is the network operator, of course, will add this on the bill, plus the electricity price that was in different hours at the wholesale market, and in the end it's of course more expensive for the final consumer. So bad news for you, there will be no free electricity in Germany. And this was, maybe I hope it helped a bit why this is also expensive, because it's expensive for the grid. Yeah, maybe to get back to your question, what's my picture, or what's my utopia for 2030? Well, I maybe want to continue where you stopped with renewable energies and the different support schemes we see in Europe. I think what would be great, and I think we're on a really good way, is that maybe renewable energies by that time will be really competitive. Meaning that, I mean, we saw a lot of cost regression in the last years, because we have our support schemes. Of course, we spend a lot on these support schemes, but what we saw was that the technology was evolving really fast, and that costs reduced significantly. So that's why they're also investing in emerging countries already, because renewable energies, the investment costs, they sometimes even they're half as they used to be. So if that continues until 2030, they may be competitive with fossil fuel power plants, so or nuclear or whatever. So that would be actually my utopian view. Then we won't need political support schemes anymore, which are expensive to taxpayers, and we won't have these really strange economic incentives for renewables, for renewable injection in the market, because then it will orient, like the investors will will act in an economic way. They will check which region is optimal for their investment, whether how they can earn most money with it. And then there won't be negative prices because they will put their wind farm where actually prices are high enough to earn. So that would be my utopian view, first of all. And I think what we didn't address so far was, well, you said it in the beginning, but now we're so much into electricity again, as in every energy panel, to be honest. We have to also focus on the heating sector and on the transport sector. This is a major issue because in the electricity sector, we're really on the right track. We see that renewable energies are already playing an important role and it's continuing. But what about the heating sector? In the heating sector, we still see, well, a lot of fossil fuels are burned. We see that we have, to heat buildings, we also see that our buildings are really not energy efficient. We're burning more energy than we should. There are already other standards that could be there for our buildings. And also in the transport sector, we see we're still driving big cars, we're still burning a lot of oil. So I think these are also fields which we have to focus on and which we need to address, because if you take a look at the overall energy consumption, electricity is only, I don't know, 1/3 maybe. Yeah. So we have 2/3. We also have to address if we want to go a low carbon path. So yeah, that's maybe the challenge, and I would. Also, from my utopia, I would be happy if there would be a big involvement in the heating and transport sectors.
Just an additional comment on electricity. Since the COP21, so it's a conference on international climate negotiations occurring in Paris in December, if you look at greenhouse gases at the world level, so at the global level, 25% of our greenhouse gases are coming from agriculture and forest, and only 25% are coming from electricity. The big part, the big 50%, is coming from transport and heating, including industry heating, like when you are creating steel or aluminium, you need to reach temperatures of more than 2,000 degrees. Obviously, this requires a lot of energy. So just, if you had to remember this one thing from this panel would be that even if we fix the old electricity system, even if we have fully 100% low carbon electricity, we've done only 25% of the path from a climate perspective. We still have the other 75% to go to. So coming back to energy broadly speaking, I would like to ask you another question. And let's be serious, let's talk about money. If you are a business, will the energy transition make you more or less competitive as a European business in a globalized economy?
Yeah, there's many, like I said, the creator would be the first to respond, and some wonderful ideas come out of the other panels which I like to react on again. It's I guess, a dynamic we cannot really go for. The low carbon transition is nothing but an industrial revolution. The same as we had a couple of times in history. Yeah? And we can go quite a long way back for that as well. There's always winners and losers in such a transition, and losers has to be managed in a just transition. I'm thinking about the coal mining sector, for example, in Europe. You can obviously not put these people out of the job from one day to another, so you need to have some clever transition plans for that. The same way as that has happened many times before as well in the past. And you have the forward-looking entrepreneurs who make sure that they benefit from new opportunities, the same way that has always happened in the past, and the way our, let's say, socially corrected capitalist system is actually based on. That's the idea. Now what you see is that there's a lot of, there's a quote maybe that I like to mention, or I don't know who said it first, but it's quite popular in the US. Winners go to the market, losers go to Washington. You can say the same for your process. Winners go to, the trade associations for renewable energy have less lobbyists than the trade associations for the incumbents, because they are actually going out and doing business and not thinking about the regulatory frameworks in Brussels, enough in my opinion. Although that's stabilizing. So also these technologies are mature, of course. So what I think is really important is that we allow the markets to work both from an entry and from an exit. Some of us already mentioned capacity mechanisms. That's a technical word to say that some installations just get money because they're there, because otherwise there would be security or supply risks, or at least claims security supplies. I would love to say resource adequacy and systems like that. But they basically lobby the government to the extent, I'm being very blunt here, there's a lot of gray in this black and white picture. They lobby the government to get money for not running, just to kind of the security insurance. That is not the way our economy works. That's not the way we progress a cost-effective economy. That's a subsidy. There's plenty of subsidies for incumbents who have received subsidies in building up the infrastructure, and now receive subsidies just because they're there and they're effectively lobbies. And I guess I'm again very black and white here. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm sure you'll see many more intelligent things than I did. And,
I will keep it short. I would just add one more thing, because there are two things I completely agree with you. It's a change of patterns, so there's going to be losers and winners. And this is where you, again, come into play. Because recognizing who's going to be the winners, who's going to be the losers, and making the synergies, I think this requires new talent and a different vision that maybe is not there yet. That is to be fostered. I also think, or we are convinced, that the markets have to be allowed to play in the way that you just described, Chris. So there shouldn't be any exit barriers. If certain types of generation are not needed because they aren't needed, then they should exit the market. It's market clearing like it happened in other markets. But we don't know yet which plans these are, so how adequate the system is at the moment. And this is something that the TSOs and NSOE are working on. So there's a lot of expectations on this. The one thing I wanted to add to I think the energy transition, and this is where it's linking to COP21, eventually it needs to be embedded into some global context. I don't think that all this is going to be successful, or that there's going to be more winners than losers if we don't, for instance, have a global carbon price, or if we enable some sort of mechanism to avoid things like carbon leakage. This isn't really my business, but it's related, and I think it's important.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I agree with the two of you that, of course, the energy transition will have winners and losers, and the low-carbon society will, of course, have winners and losers, because what we do in economic terms, we change relative prices for goods, and some goods will be more expensive than used to be cheaper before, so, of course, this will have an impact. How can business remain profitable in a low-carbon society and in the energy transition? Well, there are actually several aspects, and I want to now focus on opportunities and, well, maybe also for some of the losers. Maybe something general, which is always important, also for structural change, is that you set that public policy needs to set proper targets and has to have a legal framework which is clear and which provide certainty for investments, basically. We saw some interventions, for instance, in Spain, in the support schemes of renewable energies. So that's something which is really will be a big break in the energy transition of such countries, because what actually happened there, let's say they had a feed-in tariff, so they were also giving money to renewable energies for injecting into the grid, and then they said, okay, you will have a guarantee for, let's say, 15 years, 20 years, and then after a couple of years they said, oh no, sorry, we won't provide you this money anymore. And of course, investments have been made, so that's something which is really dangerous for investments in general, not only in the renewable energy industry. So what we need is a clear and proper legal framework, and in all fields of the energy transition, of course, so that all the actors in the field of energy-intense industries, utilities, and everyone who's actually working in this area will know what they have to expect. And if they do know what they have to expect, then they can behave this way, and then they can continue with new strategies. So, addressing maybe some of the losers, if we take a look at the big utilities, we have RWE in Germany, which is really not doing so well at the moment. And well, we had in Germany, we had a clear energy strategy, and RWE was doing what you just said, was always trying to continue through lobbyism, and well, maybe adapted too late, and maybe it's also, they have stakeholders which are municipalities, maybe it's also a difficult structure of the company. However, whatever the reason is, their main business was, of course, in coal and fossil fuel power plants, and conventional nuclear power plants, or conventional power plants. And of course, it's a big step. I mean, sometimes I can also understand the utilities. In the past, they were public policy was promoting nuclear power, and they were saying, okay, that's your way to go. Then they invested a lot, and then all of a sudden they say, no, that's not your field anymore. But of course they have to adapt. The world is changing, and then they have to adapt. So the question is whether they adapted early enough or didn't. So they are in a bad situation now. But they have to adapt to the new world. And there are options for utilities also. Of course, utilities. They were really profiting on their vertically integrated business model. So before the liberalization of the European energy market, as you said, a utility was buying the fossil fuels, was burning the fossil fuels, producing electricity. They owned the grid, so they also provided the transport to their consumers, and they sold it to the consumers. So of course they owned the whole monopoly, and they could earn a lot of money with this. And this is changing now. I mean, we have a liberalized energy market, we have NSOEUs taking care of the grid, and then we have the utilities who still produce electricity, but they're selling it on the wholesale market, and then you have further energy companies which are selling it to the final consumers, so it's all different types of players, and it will be more and more different players now that we have renewable energies in the market. But there are new areas of business which are not the same as this vertically integrated business, such as renewable energies. I mean, you can still, as a utility, invest in a huge, let's say, offshore wind park. That's also a huge power plant. So that's quite something which is quite similar to what you did before. Of course, it's a new field, but still, I mean, it's a major energy source. And of course, you need to get more into all the new markets. For instance, there are so-called virtual power plants. What is this? It's actually if you have all different types of small renewable energies, and as a service, as a company, you let's say, buy them all together, or the electricity, and then this bundled electricity, you sell it at the electricity market, because you need to have a certain amount to be able to sell at the wholesale market. That's a business case. I mean, they're the first virtual power plants, which are startup companies already in this field, and now the huge utilities also start like doing or providing the service as a virtual power plant. So this is also a new field where they can go into, and there are also other things like energy services. Industrial consumers, they also have to change their buying and selling of energy, so that could be an issue. And of course, utilities could also go more into international markets. I mean, why should they only focus on offshore wind parks in Germany? They could also go to the UK or further in other countries in Europe or in the world. So that's for the utilities. I think there are some visions. Of course, you never know where they're leading to. They have to be more dynamic than they used to be in the past, so that's maybe the most important thing. And if we think of energy-intense industries, that's also an issue. Of course, we have energy-intense industries which burn a lot of coal and oil and whatever to produce their products. And we have also small and medium enterprises which use a lot of energy. But if there is still, we always say, okay, energy costs are so high. I mean, if we look at the German industry, I think the average energy costs are about like 2% or something. It's not that high. First of all, at the moment, we have really high electricity prices for final consumers. So that's maybe one first point to make. And I mean, what can they do if electricity costs are still increasing? I mean, first of all, why should they if renewable energies become cheaper and cheaper? But what they could do, energy-intense industries, and of course small and medium sized enterprises, is they could invest in energy efficiency. And of course, that's something they have to invest first. So that's a long-term project, and in the long run, they can save energy costs. And we also see in the trade and commerce and services sector, there's still a huge potential in buildings. We do some evaluation of with KfW for small and medium enterprise. We see that there's still large potential, especially in process, heating. So there are all kinds of fields in the energy consumption of energy-intense industries, which offer the opportunity to save energy and then costs. So, especially in a low-carbon world, there are still ways to continue for all these companies.
Thank you very much. 30 seconds. More.
30 seconds. I think the case of the energy intensity is quite important. I mean, we at the European Cloud Foundation have done a lot of contacts with BASF, these big chemical companies, for example, on a regular basis. We started to have a conversation with them now. I cannot tell you how long it took before our friends from BASF understood that we wanted to talk about the low carbon transition and not about the carbon price. This entire, on one hand, they try to lobby against stricter climate action because they think climate action policy is costly. They only see the sticky element. On the other hand, they would completely follow you in terms of the story of the buildings performance standards, insulation, efficiency in housing, because they produce those products. Yeah? The steel industry produces the products for the wind turbines. So what a lot of energy intensives are like, they're like a massive market just in front of their eyes, already benefiting from it. And then on the other hand, just thinking of climate policy is something that they need to be against. It's that kind of dual consistency that I think needs to really trigger a more constructive approach to these players.
If anyone wants to ask, okay. We're going to take one particular question. If you have comments, we're going to leave them to the end, but it will take 5 minutes for the comments, but not just questions. Okay, questions on me, please.
Hi, I have 2 questions, in fact, if I may.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about the sickening, as you put it, EU ETS. The new reform was put forward for post-2020. I wanted to hear your views whether you believe there's any hope of it ever achieving its objectives, that is increased investment in research and clean research and innovation. So that's the first question. And then the second, you spoke about the support schemes for the renewables. Again, I wanted to hear your views about the subsidies that exist for the fossil fuel industries. At the moment, IMF has estimated that in 2015, the subsidies were amounted to 329 billion a year, which is more than twice the EU budget. So I wanted to hear your views whether you see any, you see that these should, which direction these should go in 2030 and beyond.
Thank you very much. We're going to take another questions. I'm going to take care of the fact that Nan is actually going to answer your questions. So don't worry.
Hi, hello. My name is Mikołaj Jasiak. I'm a researcher in the field of EU energy law, and I currently work for the European Commission, but the question comes from a private person, not from the European Commission, so please do not quote me on that. It's a question to Mr. Michael Mieszczański. You mentioned that upgrading the market design and coordination of energy policies are essential elements of the energy transition. And then my question is about the governance of these processes. Because in my utopian view of 2030, the energy rules on energy are adopted by engineers, not by politicians. But that's my utopia. So then, what instruments do you see in difficult governments? Is it traditional legislation or more technocratic rules, soft law, guidelines, more powers for NSOE, more power for Acer, and so on and so on? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andreas. I'm a student here at the Culture of Europe as well. I have a question about investments for the panel, but maybe more specific to Ms. Dikkonen. The European Union will need billions of euros in investments annually. The problem is that the budget is very limited. So how will we able to make the private sector involved in this?
Thank you very much. So 4 questions. One on ETS, the new reform, what you think about it. Second, on fossil fuel subsidies. Third, on the governance of the new market design for electricity. And the last one on how investing in the energy transition. Who would like to start?
I'm happy to take. I'm not going to comment on the ETS. I don't think I think the other two are more qualified. I know I raised the issue, but I don't think my opinion is really relevant in this perspective. I will answer the question on the governance, on the cooperation of member states' policies and the roles of ACE and NSOE. I think what is realistic is that we have some sort of a mechanism where we cooperate more closely. We have something already that is established. It's the Electricity Coordination Group, where the Commission participates, NSOE participates and member states. Maybe this can be have a stronger role in energy policy coordination. I don't know. The problem about this forum is that there is no democratic accountability. So probably it's going to be difficult to give it more powers. We thought that the whole proposals on regionalization that is part of the energy union is interesting. We don't think that you need to come up with a pan-European energy policy, but we need better coordination of energy policy in certain regions. Now, the important question is how you define these regions. Regions can be defined as they are already in long market regions, and then you have different market regions depending on whether you speak about intraday, day-ahead, or balancing markets. You can also define them along the lines of what we call today regional security cooperation initiatives, which is a regionalization of transmission system operators. So we believe that the concept of regionalization is potential. I don't think that energy policy coordination in any sort of bureaucratization is going to be possible or is going to get you any reasonable results. Then on the future role of ACER and the ENSOs, for NSOE we have one specific view. We have spoken about system adequacy assessments. We do system adequacy assessments today already. We are improving the methodology, but what is not happening today is that these adequacy assessments are not the basis for decision-making of member states in terms of energy mix and investments in terms of generation. And we believe that this role, so once the methodology is improved, that the role of these assessments needs to be strengthened through the forthcoming review of the Electricity Directive or well, whatever review we will have, Security Supply Directive maybe. With regards to ACER, we see 2 things that are crucial. We believe that the focus of the European Commission towards the retail market is the right one. Retail markets will have to be linked more closely to the wholesale markets because they gain in importance. So this linkage of TSOs and DSOs and the role of regulators and the retail markets on a European level, I think this is an area where we have to look more closely to. And also ACER already has a mandate to foster cooperation of national regulators. We believe that there are still inefficiencies that can be improved. I think there are also inefficiencies within NSOE in terms of DSO cooperation that can be improved, and this is something where we have to look on both sides together.
Okay, if I can ask the other speakers just to answer very briefly, so we can maybe take one last question. Whoever wants.
Maybe you can answer on the EU ETS and the support schemes. I think that's your climate field. Maybe. So I will answer the investment question. So you were asking, okay, we need billions of investments in the energy sector in Europe, and what will actually be, what will the private sector do? Well, for investments in the energy sector, it's very diversified. Also, who's actually financing all the investments in infrastructure and in power plants and everything? Well, the conventional way, or the past was basically wasn't big utilities, so they were investing, was big players, and how did they finance it? Of course, they had their own equity, and of course, then they also had corporate finance with their banks, but they were basically investing on their balance sheet, let's say. So that's the old world. And what's now coming? I mean, it actually always depends on the level of risk taking. So, of course, if it's a really new innovative product, let's say, or project, which has a lot of risk, you will need equity. There won't be any banks supporting it. Maybe you'll have public funds, innovation funds, which will also be in there. So, what do you have in the end? You have, if you have innovation funds, you have really well, as you saw with solar power plants, for instance, or also with certain wind turbines, and then it actually always depends on how the macroeconomic and the legal environment is like. So there is a lot of risk always. So if this risk is decreasing and the technology is advancing, so it's a very well-known technology, there will be more and more private players, and there will be more and more commercial banks, for instance. In the beginning, maybe you after you have equity, you will start off with promotional banks like us, who provide special funding, because you still have a bit of risk, but we don't want to take all the risks. So after, like, when the risk is decreasing, you'll have development banks, but also to support the private sector. I mean, we always cooperate with the private sector. So I would say the less and less risk there is, of course, the more and more private players you'll have in terms of, well, industrial players, but also in terms of commercial banks.
Yeah, so first question around the ETS post 2020. We can spend days and days and days talking about ETS, and that's also what happens. I'm afraid to say. To some extent, I find it a bit of a red herring as well. For me, the question is really, what do you expect from the carbon price, from the carbon pricing mechanism? You mentioned yourself that in your words, the objective of the ETS is to deliver innovation in new technologies. Well, that's not the role of the carbon price. The carbon price is to internalize an externality, which is like the cost for carbon, basically. It plays in the market, and at best, I think it can help making gas cheaper than coal in the energy market. That's what a carbon price can do. But I think it's important that we stop talking, or that we tell the story of the ETS again. ETS is not there to drive an industrial revolution. That's not what it's going to do. Within market mechanisms are not capable of doing that. So yeah, the ETS is not your silver bullet for your entire low carbon transition. And it will reduce the stress and the nervosity with many different audiences about the topic, and we'll be able to talk about it in more normal terms. That's how we see it. Renewable subsidies and fossil fuel subsidies. Yeah, I think it's really important to keep talking about the fact that also the fossil fuel industries still today, and certainly in the past, were subsidized. I think subsidies are not a bad word. I think the role of the state in our economy is important. And if you look at any industrial activity, it's always been a subsidized industry. Everything, trains, chemicals, you name it. It's always been subsidized in a clever way, of course. And I think that also needs to happen with renewables industry. Obviously, there's been some cases of over-subsidization, but we already see that people are learning from those experiments, and that less of that, of those kind of over-subsidization interventions are. It's improving. Yeah? So let's just understand and agree that we need to learn and improve, and that's all right. Yeah? On the fossil fuel subsidies, maybe one more thing. It is important that there's a million of definitions of fossil fuel subsidies. It's really hard. OECD uses different one than the Commission. And it is also true, certainly on a global level, that it's important to make a difference between production and consumption subsidies. A lot of the consumption subsidies for fossil fuels are a social policy to give energy to the poor. And that's, of course, a completely different story than subsidizing industry production. Maybe 2 words, although I was not invited to, but on the NCE governance, actually that was a little bit my lingering, more provocative question I wanted to ask you, Michael. Because, of course, a lot of the energy union is about European policy, more Korea, more Europe. Do you agree with that? But is NCE a European organization? I don't think you are. And what is your plan?
Just before we come to that, Clemens, can we be 5 minutes late? Okay, very good. So you can answer the question.
Just develop on your question. What makes you believe that we are not a European organization?
Because you're an umbrella organization of national TSOs. Yeah? So a TSO, like National Grid or RTE, the also international TSO, only thinks about security supply within its borders. It does not have a mandate. It's actually not even legally allowed to think about anything different. And so it's not changing that. So you're representing national TSOs, but you're not representing a European transmission system. And I mean, please, by all means, understand the difficulties. But if I hear you talking about...
I hear you really well. Can you use the mic?
Okay, it's not important the microphone. But it's indeed, it's now the moment to think more, can I say the word radical, about energy market governance. And I'd like to hear from you, Regis. Yes, you know I'm a little bit concerned about it.
Yeah. I try to keep it short. It's, I think I can agree to some extent. I agree to the extent when you speak about everything relating to system operations. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding in Brussels on what we can do at the European level. And I believe that a lot of things cannot be done on the European level, on the regional level to the extent that we are describing at the moment. But a lot of elements are being done on the national level because the liability of security of supply remains a national one and not a regional or a European one. The other 2 elements that is core of our business, market integration. This is most largely European. In some cases it's regional and we try to pull it further, but there are challenges, technical ones as well, market design challenges. And the other one is system development. I think this is where we are European, and this has been formalized at European level with the projects of common interest. I think this is clearly European.
Thank you very much. Is there any question left?
I have a question, just a quick question. Yeah, I can use the microphone. I yelled.
No, please, it's not on live stream.
Okay. I have just a question. Is there in the European Union a country that can show to European Union leader a best practice of energy transition? I mean, is there a best practice that you can follow? You mentioned Germany, but not really, because I work on best practice, good practice exchange on rural development, and at regional level they're really good. And European Union should learn from that regional policy. And I'm wondering if there is someone. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take the comments. If you can keep it extremely short, please, and then we're going to answer your speakers. Yeah.
Well, first, the call. I think you shouldn't say it's a taboo. It's not a taboo. It shouldn't be stigmatized. I'm very grateful that you mentioned that this is actually agriculture that is emitting more and transportation system. So please, coal is just a part of a mix. to produce energy, so don't taboo it. Second thing, coal is different from coal. Charcoal burnt in Poland is much more efficient than brown coal or lignite that is burnt in Germany. Germany produces 27% of its power from lignite. And now think, 27% of much higher number of coal, of tons of coal than Poland. So actually Germany is emitting more carbon emissions from coal than Poland. That's why I really don't like this discussion in Europe, oh, the French atomic, Poland, coal. It's not true. Let's talk about the facts. That's the first thing. And second, the topic of this panel was energy union, and I'm disappointed that you didn't mention energy security and Gazprom, who is Germany is selling its gas infrastructure and warehousing to Gazprom. Some companies were bought. 30% of gas warehousing belongs to Russians. And Russia is not a normal country, Gazprom is not a market player, so we should not perceive it as, okay, they can buy it. Because it's not true, it's just wishful thinking. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Very quickly, is there a country that can be followed? An example? Yeah.
It's a very interesting question because in the development aid context, we are very often asked also by developing and emerging countries, and what actually what would be a good example to follow if we want to implement an energy transition. And I think it's not such an easy answer because every country is different. Every country has different resources, every country has a different economy, every country has different legal frameworks, so you can't just copy what one country did, first of all, I think. But maybe there are some things to copy. I mean, Germany is actually did a lot of progress, but you also have to keep in mind, this is something Germany could handle because it was also expensive, and Germany could afford it. Other countries might not. So they need to find their own way. What a lot of countries are copying in the world, I mean, we had this feed-in tariff, many people really, you said okay, it was giving bad incentives because we were keeping it too long at a too high level. But in the beginning, to maybe introduce or to support first investments, it actually provides a lot of security and certainty for investors. So if there are some emerging countries that introduce feed-in tariffs, it's working quite well, but what is important, and you mentioned it before, is to get out of it early enough. You don't want it to be too expensive, so then you need to find the change early enough, and that's something that Germany is maybe a bit too late now, especially concerning solar. But now we're introducing an auctioning system, so that's already more competitive. So you see that we needed to change earlier, let's say in this case. But still, it depends. I mean, if you're in a developing country, or emerging country, where you have perfect wind sources and perfect solar radiation, why don't you introduce an auction system right away? But if you need, on the other hand, if you need a lot of security or uncertainty for investors, maybe you need a feed-in tariff. So that's for the support scheme. So it's not clear. You can't say just take this sheet and copy it right away. It's not that easy. And the same is with energy efficiency. I mean, it depends what your buildings look like. Maybe maybe it's a country where you don't have cold winters. Why should you invest a lot in energy efficient buildings? You know, it's not that easy, I think.
Yeah, I will be short because I'm conscious of time, and it's Saturday. On this statement, first of all, I absolutely agree. I'm also a little bit, there's so many aspects of the energy union. We didn't tackle the gas story that much, so that's obviously something that we could have focused on more. But I mean, maybe almost as an early concluding remark, I don't know to which extent how into energy topics you are. It's probably quite diverse, but it's certainly quite an interesting area. It's changing, it's quite exciting, so I would almost urge you, or at least advise you, we need good brains and new people in this area, so I hope you follow up on that. On goal, it's not about stigmatization, it's about societal goals, in a way. It's about decarbonization, it's about air pollution, and about a couple of other things. And I don't think, I still think it was taboo, and it shouldn't be, for the reasons that I mean, as you said. As to Germany versus Poland, the biggest difference is not what you currently do, it's what you're aiming for. I think Germany knows that it's a problem, let's call it lignite. You try to deal with it hits some social problems, it will deal with it later when some kind of a just transition with the unions is being thought through. They should have thought about it before, I think that's fair enough, yeah. The difference in Denmark as well, Denmark is an enormous amount of coal in its system. Green Denmark actually is quite a dirty little secret. It's still very reliable coal, but they know that they're going to change it. That's the difference with Poland. Poland does not give any intention or any sign that it knows that it has to join a low carbon, a low carbon development plan. So I think the European Union is very open to any kind of timetable that Poland would propose, if only they would propose one. And I think that's the difference.
Thank you very much. Michael, 30 seconds? Or not? Okay, very good. So then to conclude very briefly, to answer the question we were asked today, what ways for this young energy union, basically what came in from the debate is that we're going to have more renewables in the electricity mix especially, but more renewables generally. We will have a more market-based approach, meaning that subsidies should be temporary and we should, let's say, come back to a more market-based approach in the energy sector. That third thing, the energy transition is an industrial revolution. So it's going to be something big, something that will change society, change the economy, change also our lives, and it's going to take time. And in this industrial revolution, we will have losers and winners. The losers are likely to be the ones that stay in the old world for too long, and the winners are likely to be the vanguard that will, if you want, lead the economy and lead the energy transition. So I hope some of you will be part of this vanguard and lead the energy transition to be the winners of this energy transition and to, let's say, bring something to this energy union project to make sure that this little child becomes a grown man someday, or woman, whatever, someday, and that is going to be part of a big part of the European Union. Very last thing, there was a change of plan regarding the organization, so you have to move directly in the other auditorium, no coffee break. So yeah. And just before that, if you can please applaud the speakers that
Bye.